Hello, hello, hello. We are live. Let's go full screen. Yellow. You know, I'm gonna do this one for a change. For the giggles of it. Okay. What are we doing today? We are most likely. Oh, hells yeah. Why did that not show up on social stream? Oh, because I didn't link it. Hold. No. There we go. Now that should work. Welcome in, Toot. How you doing? How are you this fine evening? And by evening, I mean morning. Where am I? What year is it? But yeah, welcome on in. Oh hells again. It's funny, I was watching, I was just like scrolling through Instagram and I saw a, what's it called? A, ad for the new, Doom game. And the whole game, or the whole ad was like, hell yeah, hell yeah. It just made me think of that. So, that was just the whole ad. They said, hell yeah. They stole your thing, pretty much. It wasn't quite like hells yeah. It was more like hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. You know, it's a little different. So it's not quite the same. The inflection is all wrong, you know. But yeah, I think most of today is probably gonna be working on Black Ridge, but we might do some stream stuff too. We'll see how we're feeling. My brain's still waking up, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we shall see. Down by the seashore. Let's just plan out what we're gonna do, because that's gonna help my brain. There's some, like, you know, modifying the board. I need to fix the card slots. But that's kind of all later stuff. That's less important. We do need to, so we need to fix, just go to cards here. We need to fix the wording, wording on, corruption cards. In more specifically, like, or make them more specific. We need to that is not how you spell specific. I don't know if you knew, but certainly is not. What else do we need to do? We needed to I guess just clarity fixing. Most specifically, I have to sneeze again though, or not again, but excuse me, sorry, I'm dying. Bless you, thank you. I feel blessed. As far as clarity goes, we need to fix the term bet. and probably change it to creature event. And then just like all other stuff listed below. This is no longer a thing. Oh yeah, I owe you a toot drawing, don't I? Of some sort. A deep toot. I still don't know what that would even look like. I think my biggest thought is like it's hard to technically you haven't received your side of the agreement, true, but still. I don't know what a toot would even look like. Honestly, my brain goes to the like the stink cloud from Chowder, if you know what I'm talking about. What was his name? Well, honestly, like I tried to think of it and like I couldn't think of anything that would look. I do know about the Chowder String Cloud. There you go. I mean, he's just a little guy, you know? It's just a little guy. That's like the closest the closest thing I could think of like what would be interesting. Because like I don't know how to incorporate the deep part, you know what I mean? Because deep is like such a relative term that it's hard to to know what that would even mean, you know? Philosophical toot. I know, yeah, exactly. I don't know. That's my thought, but anyway. And then if we have time, easily drawn adjectives. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's been kind of the name of the stream with all this, right? We're like, what the heck are half of these supposed to be? But, you know, here we are now. Anywho, we got some stuff to figure out. And then if this all goes according to plan, depending on how much we get done, we might do some stream improvements, or if my brain's like fried on game design stuff, we'll go and do some stream improvements. Which, you know, I'm gonna ask you because I have you here. Which one do you like better? Do you like this, where like this stream layout where it's got, you know, the nice background behind me, or do you like my modular design here, where I can still trying to decide which one I like better, where I can like move around each window and they're kind of in their own little box. Yo, Anonymous, how you doing? Gee, they're both good. Okay, well, I guess I'll just keep them both. How you doing today, Anonymous? How's life? Probably modular. Interesting. If I had to choose. Interesting. Huh. I don't know. For some reason, to me, this one just seems like it's, I don't know. It feels less, I don't know. Part of it to me like feels a little bit like jankier, or like not like the style of it doesn't seem as like realistic, if that makes sense. But I don't know. Here we are. Okay, bro. I'm still a little sleepy, still waking up, but you know, hanging in there, doing good. So, not too bad. It's more on brand. It gives you more screen to see. My opinion is often the less agreeable choice. Honestly, no. I think Maximus agreed with you that he likes this one better. I mean, this one's nicer if I want to add other windows. Like if I want to turn on like, you know, the cat cam or something like that, it can just be a little pop-out window. Whereas like on the other one, it's kind of like, I mean, yeah, I can make this bigger, right? I can make this larger like this is, but I don't know. I also have my other one that I've literally used once. I got my AAE version, which I think is fun. I've literally used this, like, I don't even know if I've used it at all, actually. But I need to do that whenever I play. I think matches your stream frame better too. Yeah, I guess that's fair. But yeah, anyway, let's get to work, huh? Shell swim. I guess let's start with some of the little stuff just to get into the flow of things. Okay, let's start with Canteen because it's an easy one. Spreadsheet time. Canteen. When using a mealtime, yeah, so the problem is this says consumed and it is a food item. And so it's saying this item is not consumed, makes it feel like you're not using it as food. It makes it seem like it's actually worse. But it's consumed in the like video game sense, right? Like, is it used or not? So, discarded, I think is the word that we're looking for. Or returned to hand, but let's see. When using this at mealtime, there's a chance it is not. Do we like discarded or returned to hand better? Like, either it would be when using this at mealtime, there's a chance that this is not consumed, or when using this at mealtime, there's a chance it is returned to your hand. I mean, they both work the same, right? It's just, I guess return to hand might be a little clearer, meaning like you're actually playing the card, whereas discarded, I guess return to hand is maybe a little bit clearer. So let's just copy this because I know I can't spell, so let's make sure we're... When using this item at mealtime, there's a chance it is returned to hand. To your hand? I guess this could be both, right? This item is discarded. This item is returned to your hand. Do I have... No, okay. There we go. One thing down. Look at that. Look at us go. When using this item, when using this at mealtime, there's a chance it returns. Bird is word. Indeed it is. Welcome in, Collector, Invest. How you doing? I think I said your name right. Again, I am a dyslexic boy, so if I get your name wrong, I apologize. Hey, how you doing today? Okay, that's done. You can get rid of all that. Loaded deck, play face down, not seeing card. What does that even mean? Gotta love when you write a note and you don't know what that note actually meant. Loaded deck. This card is played face up. Then you do one of the following. Draw and play a weapon on a bet face down, or draw and play a ration at mealtime. Play it face down, not seeing card. I don't know what that means. I'm building a Bandbird Tribal Commander deck. Nice. I unfortunately don't play Magic, but so I don't fully understand the reference, but it is a cool game. I do want to get into it. I think it would be cool to get into it. I have played it a few times, I suppose, but it's not something I regularly play. That's cool. We like deck building. Deck building's sick. Yeah, I don't understand what this note even meant. Play this card face up. Okay, so you play it face up. Then do one of the following. Draw and play a weapon on a bet face down. Okay. Or draw and play a ration at mealtime. I don't see how that wouldn't make sense. So maybe this is just a dumb thing I wrote down that... Final Fantasy set is coming to Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I think I saw that. It seemed kind of cool. God, they have so many cards. It's insane. How many cards is that now? Like 20,000? Yo, how you doing? Sorry, my brain's blanked out. I'm trying to read your name. Nope. Hold on. I'm very dyslexic. I apologize. Prosto Kyoto? Prosto? Is that it? Sorry, my brain doesn't like reading compound words. You'll let me know if I said that right. But yeah, welcome on in. How you doing today? That would be enough. Okay, cool. Bad? And how are you doing? Sleepy. I'm sorry your day's not going well. But yeah, just working on my game a bit. Trying to get, some clarity done. Hopefully get, stuff back in working order here. But yeah, sorry to hear your day's not going well. Hopefully you can hang out and chill here and feel a little bit better. Don't be sorry. Okay. We'll try not to be. What's your game about? So this one is it's a card game. It's a sort of like a party game. Sort of a survival horror cowboy themed party game, more or less. Basically it's all about kind of you know, placing bets and trying to screw your friends over. Saying good positive vibes. Nice. Heck yeah. We love that too. Knives, guns, bombs, that's a rough party. It is, yeah. And so basically, the idea is you have like events, and then you draw the event cards, and then you, you know, if they're like a creature event, you battle over who's going to kill it and get the reward. Whoever doesn't get the reward, you know, basically, doesn't, or, you know, take some sort of penalty, and then, you know, you basically just fight for scraps kind of deal. We're working on the corruption deck, which is kind of cool, or we were. Now I'm just doing some like minor tweaks and fixes from one of the play tests, but these are basically cards that get to be played after you die, so you can actually keep playing the game even after the game's over. So good vibes to you too. Heck yeah. We like good vibes. Good vibes are good. Yeah, what brings you here? Do you are you a game dev of sorts, or just enjoy game creation, or just passing through? Corruption needs to say play face up or face down. That's a big one. Dev, surely was your handsome mug in the bottom right. There you go. Dev, just watching some while doing my job. Nice, yeah. Some good co-working going on, for sure. Yeah, I'm a little bit weird in this category, because a lot of people, you know, are video game devs. I'm a board game dev, so I make physical card games and stuff like that. But I have a few games going. If you heard of Blackthorn Prod, the YouTube channel, this game was made for that, for one of their challenges. So I have some ties with video game people, but the most cutest board game designer goes to. No, not sure about that. Not sure I heard about that channel. It's pretty big. If you watch, like, you know, game dev stuff, they do, like, you may have seen like the pass the game challenge things. That's their like most popular one, where like one dev works on something and then they pass it to another one without communicating. But either way, not a big deal. They're one of the bigger YouTube channels, so it was cool to work on something like that. But so we're kind of continuing work on that after it more or less. Think of so the videos and yeah about that, right? Yeah. So this is, I mean, basically just think of it like a game jam game, right? Like a 24-hour game jam game. But now I'm, you know, it was so good. We're continuing work on it. So I don't know, maybe that's the channel you're talking about. Probably, honestly, it's yeah, pretty big YouTube thing. But yeah, that's what it was for. So that was cool project to work on. What kind of game you making? Or are you working on any game projects? You said you're a dev, so. Corruption needs to be played face up or face down. The question is, I'm trying to decide if that. I think we may have come to the conclusion that every corruption. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we came to the conclusion that every corruption needs to be played face up. So let's say it's possible. I saw it, but I'm not sure. Thanks for asking, but I'm not in the mood to answer. Sorry. No, totally fine. I do not mind at all. Not a problem, my friend. Should say clarification on multi-event. So I'm just kind of like skipping through some of these. This one, corruption cards being played, this is like a major fix we need to do. Gains items, you say random or not, right? More clarification with the term bet and duel, right? This is also a big thing because this might mean we need to change like every card that says bet. Loaded deck, I don't know what this means. Ritual knife, when you kill the creature, you get the reward. This is part of this, right? This is a clarity on bet, on the term bet. Hellhound, trap the creature, gain 1 damage. Okay, this is just a clarity thing, so we can fix that right away. Yeah. Wait, what did I literally just trap the creature, right? Okay, so it is an event. And it is Hellhound? Yeah, it says lose 1 health. It should be, what terminology do we use for most of this? Take 1 damage, yeah. That was a holdover from the old game where I wasn't really sure what the health system really looked like. But yeah, it should just say take 1 damage. Obviously, it's kind of the same thing, but you're literally taking a damage card instead of, you know... Oh, I guess Blood Moon Beast is the same way. Are you sleepy today, Nilby? I am. I am quite tired. I don't know if you can see it, but this eye was like bloodshot this morning. Great news. I'm here to make you suffer. Uh-oh. Maybe I should drink more caffeine water. Standing desk. It is time. Yeah, for some reason I haven't been sleeping super well lately. I think I'm just going to bed too late, honestly. But it's okay. How loud is the desk going up? Is it loud? Honestly, it'll probably help wake me up. Didn't hear any desk motors. Okay. Slightly surprising, but I guess it's under the desk, so. Okay, there we go. Sorry to hear that. So, well, yeah, I don't know. I just like keep waking up earlier than I want to and going to bed later than I want to, so it's fine. Couldn't tell you why it is, but okay, that is fixed. Chicken's Foot should clarify on a multi-event. Let's see what that means. So Chicken's Foot is play this card face up on an event and then play a corruption card face down. After the event is concluded, the corruption card is discarded. This is actually more of a corruption mechanic thing. This is a rules clarification. Because it's not specifically Chicken's Foot, it's actually specifically corruption cards. I mean, every corruption card could say how it affects a multi-event, but that seems kind of dumb. So, may as well put it in the rules. Corruption cards, how they affect multi-events. Ideally, it's probably they just affect all events equally, regardless of whether it's a multi-event or not. So, Gorge Beast, it's got to say you gotta eat in the lore. The Gorge Beast. I like how it's kind of like a two did I already fix it? That's vile, but when it doesn't have a but when you gotta eat, you gotta eat. There we go. I like how the Gorge Beast is like, you know, a gorge is a geographical location, but like you could gorge yourself on food. So I thought it's kind of a you know, double meaning there. Corruption played face up. So yeah, we did come to the conclusion that all corruption needs to be played face up. So we'll take a look at that. Limit on corruption played at any point. So we're gonna need to do more corruption rules. We're gonna have to like do the whole rulebook thing. Double entendre, indeed. You're an entendre. Got him. What are you gonna do about it? Oh right. We do need to do a smidge of art, and let's actually just do that right away. Basically the note was any art on the events that has a sticker up at the top here, like where a one of these would be, right? Shouldn't be there because it's kind of confusing for a moment being like, oh, there's a detriment that, oh wait, no, there's not. You know? I'm gonna die, can't survive a double entendre. Well, sorry to yep. Sorry for your loss, you know? You know, I don't have events open. We'll just open this for now. What am I doing? We're doing, yeah, my brain, I can't focus right now. We are doing event cards. My focus is not super high. I'll tell you what. Okay, so anyone that's in the top right corner needs to be moved, which this is one of them. So we will take this. Let me put it there just to be different. File. Export. Pinge. You ever just say words as if they're, or like file extensions as if they're a word? A pinge. You know what I mean? Okay. Hellhound is another one. Just needs to go down here. You try played a game about a spider. Probably watched before, worked on a spider pumpkin mob, also making a spider creature. Spider day today. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, this is the tumbleweed terror. It's like a tumbleweed spider. But yeah, I just had to correct that art there for half a second. What else we got? We need the general store. It's a creepy kitten, by the way. Spooked me. Yeah, that's little Luna. We got emotes of her. Show us cat. I don't even know where she is right now. Oh, I didn't know where she is. She's on her catio. Let's see if we can do this. Hold on. Hold. Hold. Did I mess it up? Hold on. I think I messed it up. Give me a second. I broke it. It's always like, I don't know how. Sorry. Let's go back to this for a second. There's a way to do this. I'll tell it. This like notification to use the app always pops up. There we go. When I don't need it. Okay, hold on. This should work. You won't be able to hear me, but you'll be able to see her. So there we go. All right, be right back. There you go. Yeah, so you can actually use your phone camera as a webcam, which is kind of cool. That's for a little catio. Sorry. A catio, yeah. Little cat patio. Cat cameo, huh? I like this, yeah. A catio cameo. Cameo catio. Cat cameo. Cat? No, okay. I tried too hard. The journal store. Sorry, I was just confused there for a second. I think the saloon was the other one. Oh, and then the Gorge Beast. But yeah, I should put a redeem to find Luna. I think that'd be a fun one. I have my office doors closed. I don't normally do that, but I have a roommate now, so I don't want to be loud or distracting, you know? Or you know, don't want him to. I was like, roomie's moving. Yep, he moved in Saturday, so yeah, I don't want to, you know, obviously like want him to be able to, you know, move around and not whatever. You look like doll. I don't even know who that is. No idea who that is. I looked it up, but sure. Also, welcome in. How you doing today? I'll take it, I suppose. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hello? Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Jack? Is that fine? Jack you Balo? Sorry, again, to everyone coming in, I am dyslexic. I have a hard time reading words. Jack, fine. You let me know how you want me to say your name. But yeah, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. What was I doing? Gorge Beast. Save. Yes. Okay, let's update all this art. Don't torture the guy with Polish words. True, I can't. I'm not gonna be able to read that. Darwin back. Yeah, well, I don't know how to pronounce an A with a. I don't even know what kind of a. Backhouse build. No, I'm not gonna try. I give up. Here we are, though. How you doing today? How are things? I don't remember all the cards I just updated, so I'm just gonna re-upload all of them and hope for the best. It should be fine. Yes to all. Let's see if we break the game. Okay, we did get all the easy stuff done. So now it's really just time to get the more complicated stuff out of the way. I really should be writing down the changes I'm doing, but you know, here we are. I usually like having like a patch log for this kind of thing, but there we go. All the symbols are at the bottom now. Oops. Is there any of these other ones that... Oh, this one was okay actually being up there, now that I'm thinking about it. These two guys, the Hellhound and the Tumbleweed Terror, those were fine. But it's probably... I'm trying to decide if I want to undo those changes. Maybe. Let's see how it looks again. So arguably I think, ooh, okay, did not mean to do that. Arguably I think that looks maybe a little bit better. I mean, it's just like lore stuff. It really doesn't matter whatsoever, but you know, it makes the cards look cool, I suppose. Okay, we just did. Let's keep clicking on the wrong thing. Don't mind me. Tumbleweed Terror, Hellhound. Upload. Yes to all. Cool, cool. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Alrighty. Now what? We need to... We got that. All right, I think just the, I think loaded deck here, I think that was... I'm wondering if that was just someone not reading the card correctly. Or if we were just trying... That may have been on Duel? I'm pretty sure it already functions this way, so I honestly don't know what that note meant, but here we are. Sometimes you don't know what your own notes are, if we've learned anything. How are we doing on ad break? 11 minutes till ad break. Okay. I'm trying to decide how we want to do this. I think probably the first thing to do is look into the duel card. The duel. Because the problem with it is that it it functions almost like a creature battle. Typically, you know, players are fighting over the creature. They're trying to see who can kill it first, essentially. So there are certain rules that are enacted there. The duel changes it up and players can actually attack each other directly, right? The problem with that is that some of the weapons and stuff like that, like Bowie knife, right? It's, if you win the bet, which the bet is usually because you're betting cards against each other to see who wins, right? If you win the bet, grants you a ration. Technically, duel functions like a bet, but there's not really a winner. Some could argue that there is, but there really isn't. So in theory, it's fixed if I change bet to creature event, right? If I just change that to creature event, and then it won't matter for duel. And then in theory, I don't need to do a bunch of clarification for this. But I'm not 100% certain if that's the best way about it, you know? Players may use weapons to damage any other player by choosing... Player may use weapons to damage any other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they will attack. These weapons may be corrupted. If two players attack each other, the difference of the damage is taken by the weaker attacker. Who does the knife affect damage? I'm confused by the question. Because yeah, the knife deals 1 damage, but then it also, if you kill it with the knife, you kill something with the knife, you get a ration. I think honestly just changing how it's worded is probably fine. Like this one too, right? The ritual knife, winning the bet removes a corruption. Ah, sorry, misunderstood it. No, you're good. You're good. Must say that knife. Sorry. Let's say it's a sexy looking knife. Thank you. Got a bunch of different knives, you know? Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe that's what it was. It was the corrupted ability for loaded deck. That was what the note was trying to say, but I wrote it horribly wrong. Well, no, it couldn't have been. I don't know. I probably just wasn't paying attention when I wrote it. I do know that needed to be done, though. Yeah, because this is just the text from Dynamite. So that needs a new thing. I think, honestly, it can just be play... an additional card for a corruption. Yeah, probably. Just copy the format we got here. Play an additional card. Or maybe draw an additional card. No, it should be play. Or maybe both. Draw and play an additional card. It'll be gain 2 corruption. That's probably not fair. It's probably just 1. It's probably good enough for now. Okay. All right, what else we got? I think honestly the easiest fix is just to say creature event. It already is on certain cards like Dynamite. It says on creature event, like, so you can't use it during whatever, during a duel and stuff like that. So honestly, it's probably clearer and makes more sense to just do it on creature event anyway. Like Tomahawk, right? Like, you get the weapon back if you win, but like the question is who wins in a duel if you're both shooting each other, or 2 people win, or whatever, right? So it's not like there's really a winner in a duel, just whoever takes damage, right? I also kind of want to do... Part of me wants to make it so the damage you take from duel is taken as corruption instead of damage. Because I kind of like the idea that if you're going to attack another player directly, they should take corruption, so when they die, they can just screw you over later, right? I think that might be a better option. So we'll have to, I might reword that. I think I personally like that because I feel like if you're directly screwing someone over, they should have the opportunity to like screw you over back, you know? So I think maybe we'll do that. Sorry, I'm kind of like jumping all over the place. Hopefully it's not too you know, jarring. Okay, how should we word this then? Bowie knife. So instead of saying deals 1 damage, well, it'll deal 1 damage. Instead of saying winning a bet grants you 1 ration, saying like winning the creature event grants you 1 ration. Winning sounds like a weird term, but you have to be the one. I guess I could just say winning the bet in a creature event. It's kind of redundant, but it sounds better. Winning the bet in a creature event. Or... because you could say like defeating the creature, but I feel like that's not really as clear per se. All right, y'all, we are hitting an ad, so we're gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna go grab actually, yeah, I'm gonna step away from my desk here for a minute, and then we'll keep going. But yeah, there'll be ad break. I got some stuff for you to watch in the meantime, so there you go. I will be back in 3 whole minutes. Be right back. Where's my be right back screen? Why can't I find it? There it is.
Hi, I'm Nathan, and today we're going to be discussing what makes a good stat system. We'll be going over examples of what makes a good and bad stat system in both tabletop games and video games alike, along with how I implemented these concepts into my game Soul. To start, what am I talking about when I say stat system? I'm talking about games that have base stats that affect your character at a core level, such as strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, etc., and so on and so forth. These stats in turn affect a character's ability to perform actions directly or often indirectly by affecting other stats that in turn affect their actions. It's all very complicated. Dungeons & Dragons is a great example, with the primary stats affecting each skill, giving them bonuses. For instance, someone with a high intelligence also gains a bonus to their arcana. So, now that we're on the same page, what makes a good stat system? Well, to answer that question, I like to answer another question. Does a game even need a stat system? No. No, it doesn't. Next question. No, but seriously, they don't. But they do help add character diversity to a game at its base level. When originally making Soul, there was some debate whether we should have a stat system at all. At the time, I was taking a lot of inspiration from U-Realms Live, which had no core stats. This sort of game allows for a lot of freedom and simplicity. In U-Realms' case, a character was built solely on their cards in their hand, with no stats to affect their dice rolls. This meant a character couldn't excel at anything that wasn't listed on their cards. Conversely, a game with a stat system allows a character to have innate strengths and weaknesses. For example, Dungeons & Dragons allows a character with high strength to deal more damage with their melee weapon compared to a character that doesn't. So is it better to have a stat system than not? Well, it depends on its integration into the game, which is also the answer to our question of what makes a good stat system. A game with a well-integrated stat system allows it to influence the entirety of the play experience, while allowing for each stat to be just as important as the others. Let's take a look at a game that failed to have a good integration of its system to see what I mean. Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has 3 core stats: strength, dexterity, and intelligence. These stats granted damage for each of their respected classes and were called primary stats. For example, Monk's primary stat was dexterity, and Wizard's was intelligence. Each of these core stats will grant defensive stats as well, such as strength granting armor, dexterity granting dodge chance, and intelligence granting resistances. This is all pretty standard for a game like this, but the real problem arose in the actual application of these mechanics. Due to it granting both damage and damage reduction, having a primary stat for a class was just much better, rather than just obtaining damage reduction from a secondary stat. Additionally, many types of damage reduction could simply be found from other sources such as items or abilities. To further accentuate the problem, the game was built around the importance of killing enemies as quickly as possible, making more damage the clear choice over defense. Your enemies can't kill you if they're dead. This clearly made your primary stat the logical choice. Whenever an item would roll with a different stat, it felt underwhelming, and would often lead to the player re-rolling the stat or not using it at all. Eventually, an update to the game made it so items no longer rolled without your primary stat, making core stats effectively useless. At this point, they may as well lump all the stats together into a single stat that grants you damage and defense. The biggest takeaway from this example is that each of the stats should have uses for every character. Obviously, they try to do this.
Okay, we've returned. But yeah, I think yeah, let's just go through each card, and I think we're just gonna add, after winning the bet on a creature event, I think is just the best way to put that. How do I word this? Winning the bet on a creature event grants you 1 ration. It's like redundant information, but me and I think me and Maximus talked about this like forever ago, but it's like one of those things where it's like it's redundant, but it's somehow more clear. Like, despite it being like not necessary to say more words, it makes it whatever. Winning a bet on a creature event removes a corruption. That's good. Deal 1 damage to players if you win the bet. Bet, I guess, on a creature event, right? Deal 1 damage to a player if you win the bet on a creature event. Cool. Beans! What up, dude? Beats. Beats and beans. You know what? You know what's not great? I wasn't on this screen, and we don't have a beat. Not a beat, a bean. We don't have a bean. We're gonna have them standing on each other's head. There we go. Gotta bring beans back. Sacrilege, I know. The vegetable tower. Just need to keep making new ones. I do need to make a beet one, right? Because we have a turnip, but we don't have a beet. We do need to make a beet one. Which, wait, why is this wrong? Oh wait, no, it's not. It's not wrong. Never mind. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of brand confusion because beets is not really actually you know, in reference to the vegetable, but you know, here we are. How are you, Bean? I am sleepy, but good. We're getting some good work done. So just getting a lot of clarification stuff done for Blackridge. But yeah. Not for long. Speaking of not for long, it's sitting time. Oh, not getting work done? Is that what you're saying? Are you here to distract me? Down we go. Someone had Bean, indeed. So someone had said, and I don't remember who it was, which one of you it was, but having the height adjustment of my standing desk to be on a redeem. I think that'd be pretty funny. I think that'll have to be like a specific stream, but I think it would be funny to have it so it's like a redeem where it's like raise the desk by like, because it's basically by inches, so you can like do, was it point? Yeah, it's like 0.1 inch per redeem, up or down. We will ruin you. Yeah, that's 100% a stream that would have to be. I was thinking it'd be funny just to do normally, but the problem with that is then I'm just gonna be like, you know, and my wrists are gonna get destroyed and my back is gonna die. So I think that might be like a specific stream idea, but probably not until like we have enough people that it would be funny, you know. Literally at work and still choosing to distract you. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the distraction. Winning a bet lets you keep this weapon. Winning a bet. I wonder if I should just say returns to your hand. Winning a bet. Let's copy this and mostly just because it's just using the same terminology we used on the other card. Winning this bet. Winning the bet. On a creature event. lets you return this card to your hand. Probably. We will okay, I already read that one. What happens when you lose the bet? You take Honestly, you could totally play this game as a strip game. You just have to have it so you have 10 articles of clothing instead of corruption or damage. And I guess you'd only be able to have less cards as you... I don't know. Anyway. If you lose the bet, you take the detriment that's on the card. There actually shouldn't be a space there, I believe. Winning the bet on a creature event lets you return this card to your hand. I think that makes that just clear or whatever. This card may be played right after a bet, but before the results are determined. So this is where we might want to change. So like this is a card. So basically the Derringer allows you to it allows you to play the card after the bet is resolved. This would be a good card to be allowed to use on Duel. But it right now technically Duel isn't considered a bet. So we might have to rephrase that. Either we rephrase this card, right? I think it still has to say right after a bet, but before the results are determined. It just doesn't specify creature, right? So I think that one... Yeah, I think we just need to make... Let's just go to the events right away and read how this works. Little dancing dino guy. Dino dance. It's a dino dance. I was thinking about doing like a little like dance thing as one of the, you know, emojis, because, you know, most people have something like that, or like a lot of people do, right? And then I was like, but when am I ever like playing any music or whatever that isn't my official soundtrack, you know what I mean? I do kind of want to play other music, but I also post everything I do on YouTube, and I kind of like don't want to mess with that. I don't know. Although I can just mute sections, but that feels weird to me. So, shrug, I don't know. Duel. Players may use their weapons to damage any other player by choosing... This also feels like redundant wording. Isn't this dance? It's actually Shake. Actually, no, it's Han. It's actually Shek. Because I spelt it wrong. And I don't feel like fixing it. Did you just type that one? Yeah, because it's pronounced wrong, or it's written wrong if you look at the thing. Anyway. Okay, hold on, let's reword this. It's also like extra wordy for no reason. So let's see. Players may use weapons to damage other players by choosing weapons. See, that's like extra. Players may use. I also think I think I want to change this to corruption. I'm trying to think how to word it though. Players may choose weapons. So here's the changes we need to make. We need it to say bet, and we need it to say the damage players would take is taken as corruption. That could just, we could just put that at the end, but bless you. Bless me, why? Is that like a bless your heart kind of thing? Or is it like, I don't know. Okay, players may use weapons to damage any other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they attack. These weapons may be corrupted if the players attack each other. The difference of damage taken is taken by. Why can't I read? If two players attack each other, the difference of the damage is taken by the weaker attacker. I don't know. Okay, I see. I'm glad you don't know, because I certainly don't know. Players place weapon, place. It's kind of weird to fit the term bet in here. Player may use weapons to damage any other players. Players may attack other players by choosing weapons and declaring, well, who they will attack. That's declaring their target. This is a weird one. Here, let me zoom in so you guys can see this a little better. There we go. Players attack other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they'll attack. That declaring, I would say their target, but like target feels, I kind of like who they will attack better, just because it feels more like plain language, I guess. Like it feels more like something you'd read in a card game, right? I'm also wondering if Derringer's gonna need to say deals 1 damage. This card may be played right after. Maybe I just say an event instead of a bet. Yeah. Let's just say an event. right after an event, but before the result is determined. That I think makes sense. Okay, now we don't need to include the term bet in here. Players attack each other by choosing weapons and declaring who they will attack. Is that too many times using the word attack? It's only twice, but... Synonym time. Oh, what if I just use the players... attack other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they will... I was gonna say duel, but then... Players may duel other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they will attack. These weapons may be corrupted. If a player attacks each other, the difference in damage taken by the weaker attacker. You may... I guess it'd be up here. You may choose to attack multiple players. These weapons may be corrupted. If two players attack each other, the difference of the damage taken. This is where it gets weird. I guess maybe say the difference. Let me just read this whole statement. I don't know if this sounds good. Let me know. Players may duel other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they will attack. You may choose to attack multiple players. These weapons may be corrupted. If you choose two players... If two players attack each other, the difference of the damage is taken by the weaker attacker. That damage... The damage players would take is taken as corruption. Gotta drive home shortly. Okay, no worries, dude. Happy getting out of work time. It feels like too wordy, but I don't know if there's a way to like shorten it. Maybe instead just saying may duel any number of other players by choosing weapons. Okay, yeah. And then we can get rid of this statement. Players may duel any number of other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they will attack. These weapons may be corrupted. If two players attack each other, the difference of the damage taken is taken by the weaker attacker. That damage, the damage players would take is taken as corruption. The question is, do I like say this statement first and then reiterate that this is corruption taken, or... Is this a rule book or card text? It's card text. So the weird part is like these cards kind of have to be wordy because they're basically like mini games, right? They kind of function like a mini game. So it's like they kind of have to they kind of have to have a lot of words, which feels weird. But there's a lot of space for it, right? Like, it's okay if it's kind of wordy. Because it kind of change how the game functions, right? Like, normally this wouldn't be possible, but this card kind of makes it so it's, you know, changes things up. Especially because, like, technically I don't need to make it so they take damage instead of corruption, but I kind of like the idea that they take corruption, because this is such a, like, you could totally screw over a player kind of card, and then allowing them to have corruption to play if they are dead. Just makes it more interesting, right? Especially because you can take, like, a lot of damage. You could take, like, so much damage in this mode. So I kind of want a way to at least get the person back, right? Let's read it one more time. This might be fine, but players may duel any number of other players by choosing weapons and declaring who they will attack. That statement, I think, is fine. These weapons may be corrupted. Cool. If two players attack each other, the difference of the damage taken... the difference of the damage is taken by the weaker attacker. The damage players would take is taken as corruption. It feels like I should say this first. What if I say this first? The damage of the players would take is taken as corruption. If two players attack each other, the difference of the... No, because it's the weapons are still dealing damage. I think I have to say it like this. Like, technically, the weapon cards say damage, right? Not would take. Would is an extra statement. The damage players take is taken as corruption. Maybe instead. Again, not really a actual helpful word, but it kind of feels more clarifying. So I think that's good enough. Good enough for playtesting. We'll see if it has any more clarity errors later, but surprisingly almost the same length. I mean, it's a little bit larger, but okay, let's keep going through weapons because we got kind of distracted there. Derringer. This card may be played right after an event, but before the result is determined. Right, we got that. During any roll, this card played face up. Roll a second. Okay, that's fine. Play this card face down during a creature event. Lower the... Okay, so that one's already future-proofed. Let's just capitalize creature event. It feels correct. Is this being zoomed in helpful? Hopefully, for readability. Place this card face up on a... wait, hold on. Lantern. Play this card face up after losing a bet. You then may keep all your items. Okay, this is another one. This has to say creature event. It could be cool to use on a duel, especially... Especially because you can kind of like come back from something like if you get pummeled. But the only way I could think to balance this is play this card face up after taking damage or corruption on a bet. That would make it be able to be used on a duel, but then wouldn't be able to be used on something like Gorge Beast. Right, because you don't take damage or corruption on Gorge Beast. So it's trading one card for another. Nah, that's gonna get confusing. Let's just say on a creature event. This card is placed face up after losing a bet on a creature event. You may keep all items you bet. Cool. Bedroll. Place this face up or down. Face up or face down on a non-incident event. Skip the event. Gain 1 ration. You take no penalties for participating in the event. Okay, it's fine. Place this face down during a creature event. This already says creature event, so we're good. Let's capitalize multi-event just because. Or hyphenated words wouldn't really be. There we go. Chicken's Foot. Play this card face up. Play a corruption card from your hand after the event is concluded. Corruption card is discarded. That's fine. Play this card face up. Do one of the following. Play a weapon. You know what? I kind of wonder if this can just be simplified. Play this card face up, then do one of the following. Draw and play a weapon face down. Draw and play a ration at mealtime. Maybe we just do the on a bet. Let's just copy this. I don't want to get the wordage wrong. Play this card face up, then do one of the following. Play and draw a weapon during a bet on a creature event face down, or draw and play a ration at mealtime. It's a little wordy, but it's okay. Wait, it doesn't even need to say on a bet. It could just say on a creature event. What am I doing? I also spelled during wrong. Draw and play a weapon on a creature event, face down. Draw and play a weapon at mealtime. Or draw, whatever, you know what I mean. I read it wrong, but it's good. Play this card face up, then do one of the following. draw and play a weapon on a creature event face down, or draw and play a ration at mealtime. Cool. Beautiful. We did it. Okay, we're almost done with clarification here, I think. Gain an additional item during mealtime when using it at mealtime. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that is all good. We did it. Now all that's left is... Oops. Ah. Sorry. Didn't mean to open Discord. Sorry. Saw interesting notification there. Okay. Let's see what's next. So we got all that clarification done. The question is, what now? Okay, yeah, clarification done for that. Item, gain items, needs to say random or not. I'm trying to decide on that. So when it's you gain an item, I'm trying to decide if it should be a random item or an item of your choice. Like most of the other like stuff is random, right? Like you roll a dice and it's... But as like winning an event, something you should get the choice, right? Like this, right? You kill the tumbleweed terror, you get 2 items. I guess it should be random. Yeah, it should be random. So anytime it says items, it probably should say random. Just for clarification, again, probably not the... That's fine. All right, done, fixed. Moving on. Okay, so we have some corruption rules we need to fix, but this has got to go over here. Why do I never know how to fix this? Boop, boop. There we go. Corruption rules. There we go. And then this would be like that. Wording corruption cards to make them more specific. Don't have that yet. Clarifying, fixing, bet, event. Cool. All other listed below. Cool. So now all we have left is the corruption cards. So we kind of have to go through every corruption card and look at how it's going to interact with every other event card. and what specific things we might need to say based on that, right? Who's messaging me? Not important currently. Okay, corruption. I guess let's just look at each of these on here. It's gonna look prettier. Okay, so like increase the event cost by 1. So my immediate thought is like, does this apply to all events in a multi-event thing? And does that change? I think all of them probably should apply to all events within a multi-event. We also determined that all these should just be played face up, but they can be played at any point, not any point, but any time it is the player's turn, as if it were a bet, right? So it just, the rules don't change for playing cards. So yeah. Increase rewards by 1. Maybe it doesn't need as much clarification as I thought. Because if all cards are placed face up, that doesn't really change anything. This is a little weird when placed on a shop card, right? Especially if especially if someone's like corrupted, right? Or if, sorry, that doesn't make any sense. This gets weird if it is played on a shop when you have I'm trying to think this through. Like the turn order gets weird on a shop, right? Because the idea is you can make it so like stuff at the shop costs more. But I guess that would just be a rule that during shops there is no turn order. I think that's probably the rule there. Maybe I just need to write the rules on corruption, because decrease the cost of an event, sure. But how does this work on a shop, right? Did I just make everything free? Can you just buy infinite items? Well, no, because you can only ever buy from a shop once, which is probably a rule clarification that needs to be in here. Shops can only be bought from once per event. Where were we? So that fixes that problem. It would just make it free, right? You could just you could just grab an item for free, which is kind of a cool one. Increase the detriment of the creature event by 1. That makes sense. It doesn't need that's fine. Decrease the creature event by 1. That's fine. Increase the rewards by 1 on a creature event and shop event. That's fine. Decrease the rewards by 1 on a creature and shop event. I'm wondering how... No, that's fine. Add a weapon card to the event cost. You know, I'm almost thinking that violence and malice should be swapped. Just because this has a weapon on it, right? That would make more sense. We're just gonna do that real quick. Malice. And violent. Let's see. Cool. Maybe it's just all rule changes. Add a tool card to the event cost. These probably... Too late to test once more. Sorry, I can't remember what that was in reference to. To test the Oh wait, sorry. I was very confused because I thought you were Toot because of your icon. I was like, wait, is that Toot? And I'm like, no. I was like, what are you talking about? Testing what? But yeah, welcome in, Maximus. How you doing? I thought you were a Toot. You know what I mean? Pride, add a tool card to the event cost. These might need to be changed. These might need to have whatever, but yeah, y'all's icons are about like a 6 pixel difference on my screen, so you guys are changing your face on me, you know. Add a ration cost. These might need some sort of word change, right? I'm not entirely certain yet, but oppressive. Draw a second event. That's fine. This could have some clarification, right? So I guess these few sloth players that don't participate in an event take 2 corruption. That's fine. Players that don't participate in an event take 1 damage. Okay, so I think it's just these 3 that probably need something, and then the rest is likely a rules thing. Let's just write down the rules of corruption, right? How they affect multi-events. Okay, so I guess just say in a multi-event, all corruption cards affect all events. Cool. Affect. Never know when to use affect and affect. For some reason, it just never clicks in my brain. limit on corruption cards. Players may play only one corruption card per turn. Cool. Played at any point. That's not exactly true. Players may play on a creature event. Players may play a corruption card on their turn. Wrong there. On their turn, as if playing item cards. On shop events, player. This is probably actually creature and incident. On creature and incident events, players may. Okay, yeah. And then shops would be on shop events, players may play corruption cards anytime during the event. That's gonna get a little bit weird. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that, but I think that's probably how we should test it for now. I guess all cards are played face up. Okay, those are the rules. Them's the rules. Ah, go away. So I guess we're good. I think we just need to change violent pride and gluttony to maybe be a little clearer, and then oppressive is maybe a little bit clearer as well. So these four need a little bit of clarification. Let's start with oppressive because I know exactly what to say here. I believe. Draw a second event. This event is treated as if it is a multi-event. Does that make sense? If a player enters the biggest thing is the detriment, right? I guess it would say players take any detriment of events they don't participate in. It's a lot of text for one of these, but I think that's okay. Oops. Oops, wrong button. There we go. I didn't need that. Okay. By far the most wording on one of those cards. We'll see how it goes. Add a weapon to the card cost of an event. I think probably is to say like I mean, this is basically how what's it called? Maybe this is fine. I don't know. How do you guys interpret this? So like, I guess it might be kind of, if you don't have complete context, it might be a little confusing. But like, the idea is it should function like a shop, right? Like if it says a tool card is added to the cost of the thing, like you have to spend. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't think that's necessarily confusing. Maybe the way it should be said is just like like the event gains a cost. I think it works as you need to put down the corruption card required, not get what you paid for. Yeah. I think it just might be like able to be worded a little bit better. The event gains a like on this event you must nah the event gains the cost of one weapon card. Is that maybe slightly... I guess that's not necessarily like the issue though, right? Like it's like the idea of discarding a card. I think it works as you need to put down a corruption card. Corruption cards required, not get what you paid for. Or not get what you paid for. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, no, I think it's fine. Maybe we'll see how it goes. We'll see what people think of it, but I think just the rule change is the biggest thing. And the other thing I think I might do is just, again, increase the number of event cards, or of creature events. Still unsure about that, but maybe I should like look into some of the odds on that. We're hitting an ad in 40 seconds. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back. The good old 3-minute break. As always, I will have my videos playing for you, so you can get a little some sort of entertainment if you're not stuck in the ad. And then we'll probably do some stream improvement stuff because I think we're basically done with this, unless we want to like work on the rule book. We'll miss you. I'll miss you too, buddy. But anyway, ad starting. I'll be back in 3 whole minutes.
Hi, I'm Nathan, and today we're going to be discussing what makes a good stat system. We'll be going over examples of what makes a good and bad stat system in both tabletop games. This clearly made your primary stat the logical choice. Whenever an item would roll with a different stat, it felt underwhelming, and would often lead to the player re-rolling the stat or not using it at all. Eventually, an update to the game made it so items no longer rolled without your primary stat, making core stats effectively useless. At this point, they may as well lumped all the stats together into a single stat that grants you damage and defense. The biggest takeaway from this example is that each of the stats should have uses for every character. Obviously, they tried to do this with various damage reduction stats, however, they ended up not being as useful as a character gaining benefits from their primary one. But you might be saying, this is how games have been made for years. Each class has a stat they specialize in. A warrior specializes in strength, a rogue with dexterity, and a wizard with intelligence. The problem with this system is that if you only base a character around one of these stats, you'll never get interesting characters like a battle mage with a sword in one hand and a spell in the other, or a pirate with the nimbleness of a rogue and the strength of a warrior. Definitely not trying to knock the game, because I've put way too many hours into it myself, but it's something good to acknowledge and ultimately understand that core stats aren't always necessary. I feel as if when creating the game, the developers added it because it felt like something this sort of game should have, and not because it actually made the game better. Or maybe it's because it's hard to tell if these stats are even necessary until the game's actually finished. Or maybe they even got outgrown as the game evolved around them. Soul experienced many of the same problems itself. When the game was first released, we had items and abilities that added stat points to characters, typically around 5 to 10 points to whatever stat. The problem with the scaling of Soul is that most stats needed 10 points to actually give you a bonus. For example, for every 10 strength, the character would gain +1 melee damage, or for every 10 agility, a player would gain +1 to their roll for range weapons. Meaning, items that granted core stats would grant at best +1 to whatever subsequent stat, or at worst, literally do nothing if it didn't get the player over the 10-point threshold. Adding base stats was cool, but ultimately less effective than just buffing the stat that the core stats ultimately affects. As you can see, we started running into the same problems as Diablo 3. We may as well have just had items that grant 10 strength, grant +1 melee damage, or similar for other stats. And that's exactly what we did, which led us to come up with this design philosophy. The game was allowed to be complex in character creation, or when not actively in a session, as long as it was simplistic during gameplay. Upon coming up with this design philosophy, we removed abilities and items that granted additional stat points. In addition to these stats not feeling necessary, they also required you to do some calculations which slowed down the game. Unfortunately, this just pushed core stats further into irrelevance. So can this design philosophy not work while having good core stats feel relevant? I think that definitely isn't the case, and to show you, let me introduce you to a game you've likely never heard of. Or if you have, you certainly never played. Anarchy Online. This game is a bit of a hidden gem when it comes to game design in my opinion, for multiple reasons, but let's focus on the stat system for today. Anarchy has lots of stats, and I mean a lot, but it's truthfully one of its greatest strengths. Anarchy's core stats, called abilities, have a trickle-down effect on subsequent skills. For instance, body development, or the game's health stat, is 100% affected by stamina. Stats can also be affected by abilities in different percentages as well. The time-space alteration stat, which is used for what are essentially spells, is affected 80% by intelligence and 20% by agility. So why is this important? Well, different gear and abilities require a different number of stat points to use. Additionally, whereas most games would have a level cap for specific items, Anarchy does not, allowing you to equip items higher level than your own as long as you have the right gear and are smart enough to do it. Let's say I want to equip a shotgun that's much higher level than I am. I can start by raising my shotgun stat, but that might not be enough, so upgrading the abilities that affect it are the next logical step. Agility affects it by 60% and strength by 40%, but that still might not be enough. So I can take a look at my implants, a set of wearable items that buff my stats as well. The right arm implant typically buffs shotgun skills, so maybe I can get one of those on. Well, those require agility, which I've already raised, but it also requires treatment. So maybe my treatment is too low, which is ultimately affected by intelligence, so maybe I can raise that and, well, you get the point. all the stats are extremely well integrated, allowing them each to affect each other, on top of letting gear be equipped at any level. This allows for tons of fun trying to squeeze out that one stat point to get that piece of gear on. I've probably spent an equal amount of time in that game sitting in the shop working on my character as I have actually playing the game. The stat system allows for diverse gameplay by allowing a player to grind their way through the game by leveling up, or by using their intelligence to work the system to get better that way. So if this sort of design philosophy works in Anarchy, why doesn't it work in Soul? Well, for one, people aren't computers. And by that, I mean a computer is going to have a much easier time calculating this sort of thing in a video game than a person would in a board game. We attempted to solve this problem by using spreadsheets, but if you're using a spreadsheet to play a card game, you're probably doing something wrong. Additionally, a game that is complicated during character creation is not very friendly to new players. Part of the idea of Soul being card-based was that you could easily pick up some cards and make a character. Complicated stats like these aren't conductive to that. This can be seen heavily in Anarchy. I've tried to get a few of my friends to play the game, and let's just say
this is one of my better
videos.
It's a little bit older. It doesn't have quite the same polish, but it is actually the one that gets consistently the most views. Yeah, it consistently gets the most views after having, you know, been released. Like it still gets like 25 views a day, even though I haven't, like, it's an old one, you know. But yeah, if anyone is watching and they want to watch more of that, you can go check out my my YouTube channel at Beats Creations. I never thought of making stats directly affect each other. I've always thought about making each stat affect at least one thing important, no matter the play style you choose. Yeah, honestly, I was really happy with that video. It was a pretty good deep dive on stats. I would recommend checking it out if you haven't. Old but gold, agreed. Yeah, honestly, that one, part of me has been tempted to like redo it and make it like a little snappier, but I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, Anarchy has some it's a little bit of a hidden gem. I probably should put an ad in on YouTube. Not that it really matters, but okay. Now what, friends? Yeah, I mean, really the two options are rulebook stuff and stream improvements, but I kind of don't want to work on a rulebook, so let's do stream improvements. Maybe next time will be Black Ridge rulebook stuff, and then after that, if I decide not to add more events, then it might just be done. You know, there'll probably be a little bit of tweaking after like running through all the you know, after play testing the game a few times, but the main components I think are there. Oh, speaking of which, I guess let's just like refresh the CSVs and see how they look. Yeah, I swapped malice and violence because I like the sword for a weapon cost. It makes sense. Pride kind of feels like it makes less sense. I feel like maybe we should have a different thing there, and then we could use that for something else. I don't know, but yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the one that was super long. This one. I don't like how this one like in is at the bottom, but try second event. This event is treated as if it is a multi-event. Maybe get rid of the as if it is a. We can get rid of treated as a multi-event. Done. Extra words are extra. Of course, it's going to take a minute to refresh. But otherwise, it seems fine. It's going to take a minute. Let's refresh this CSV2. All that seems good. Cool. Player deck. Refresh CSV. It probably forces everyone to put down one more card for a creature. That could work too. Honestly, I feel like there could be more some more interesting corrupted cards. Like probably the most interesting one I believe you came up with in my like most interesting IMO, which is the oppressive one, right? Why is it not loading? Just like the fact that it draws another event, I think that was you. Is you or maybe it was Anonymous? I can't remember. But yeah, someone else came up with this one. It was not me. So yeah, I mean that could be it. For now, it's okay. I think I kind of want to see how they play. I don't think it was me. Okay. Or maybe it was Thunder. I can't remember. It was someone that wasn't me. That's all I remember. But either way. Yeah. So let's do some stream improvements though. This will be good enough for now. We'll do we'll come back to this on at least with Thomas. They have good ideas. Thunder 2. Yeah, true. Yeah, actually I remember I think you weren't there that day. For some reason I remember. I don't know, I keep refreshing it. It's just not gonna fix itself. Yeah, cool. We'll come back to this later. I'll probably have to play test everything. Which is making me wonder if I should just wait on the rule book. We probably should just throw these rules into the rule book and then say, you know, it's a tentative fix until we get to a more final version. Again, we have like kind of stuff listed here. Bluffing, shops, cost, dice rolls, order operations. Do we not put corruption in here? That's kind of funny. Because I updated the game and was like, oh yeah, corruption cards. It's like the biggest part of the update. Oops. Cool. Yeah, I think we just have tentative rules until I mean, we might be able to like go through and kind of like incorporate the stuff better into the rule book, but I don't want to make a AE quality level rule book until we have everything squared away, you know? So I think that makes sense. I would assume y'all agree, but anywho's, let's do some stream stuff. I think there's a few things actually. There's a few things we could do. Let's pull up the old plan. Where is it? This one. AEE playtesting. No. Corruption art is done. That's cool. More creatures, unsure. Rulebook, whatever. So all that still needs to be done. There's a few fixes for the emotes I wanted to do, because some of them don't have the white border around them, and I don't know if that really matters, but I think it probably makes them look a smidge nicer. Like, you compare these two, right? You can hardly tell, I suppose. But I like how it says I'm a 2-month subscriber. If you hover over them, you can see it better, but there's that. I think the biggest thing I kind of want to do is channel point stuff. Where we can just do more redeems, I think that would be fun. We also have to name our channel points. I mean, we could just call them channel points, but I do think it's more fun to have a fun name. I think it was Runner suggestion that was we'd use the term the name Beatcoin. I don't know why I call him Runner. Beans? Come on, Beats. What are you doing? Radishes. That's kind of funny. Tuber crowns. I'll write it. Or maybe tubers. Tubers would be funny. I guess they're not really tubers though, are they? They're more of root vegetables, right? The only problem with, like, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't care that much, but the name Beats is technically not derivative of the what's it called? Of the vegetable, right? Technically not derivative of the vegetable. Derivative? They are cucumbers? Right, use cucumbers. It sounds rad AF. Stream boo denied. Honestly, I've never heard the term before.
Crucifer.
Crucifer. Interesting. That's wild because, yeah, it's like a plant with 4 petals arranged in a cross. Oh, interesting. A person carrying a cross or crucifix in possession. Oh, yeah, like the interesting. Yeah, I guess it's a whole array of vegetables. Yeah, I guess tuber doesn't really work. It's fun, but not quite right. The family that Raj and etc. Yeah. Yeah, I think radishes or Bitcoin is good. I don't know. Something to think about, right? I've been putting it off for a while. I do want to do. Maybe I should just do these one at a time. But like the different redeems, and I can make like an icon for it right now. Maybe is what I can do. Make an icon for it and then add the redeem. Out of all of these, what do you think is the most interesting? I draw a doodle for you, so you could. So basically, this would be pretty expensive, like decently expensive, maybe like 20,000 channel points. Where I draw someone something, right? A custom AE card. This would be even higher. This would probably be like 50 to like 100, somewhere in that range, right? Where I draw either a custom AE card or like a template card or something, kind of like one of my card templates. I don't know what that is yet, but I think it'd be cool to have like, it's like a mini like card commission almost, right? I think AE card might be more interesting. Top 2 are always the most interesting, but I care if anyone has that many points yet. Yeah, for sure. Right. Show Luna we could easily do because we already have her little icon. We could just do that. Just so. Maybe if I hadn't blown all mine on the day of drowning. I mean, technically these could be lower right now, right? They will have to go up, but right now it's not bad at the cost that they're at. Or like they could be like, I draw a doodle, it could be like 10,000 or something, right? It wouldn't have to be as high, but as I get more popular, that will have to go up, right? I say as I get more popular, but we'll see how that goes, right? It's been trending upward, I suppose. Yeah, I think a custom AE card is maybe the best way. I think the other thing's too open, right? Is too like a custom like template is maybe more too like off topic, maybe. I mean, a custom template could be a whole nother thing. Like honestly, like an art commission, right? Would be like a whole separate thing. Draw a doodle would be like, I don't know, somewhere between 10,000 and like 25,000 channel points, I would say. That's kind of where Tice's ones are, the one thing he does. Custom AE card would probably be somewhere between like 50 and maybe 80,000, I would say. Art commission, we'll say like 100,000. Show Luna. This one would be super easy to do because I already have art for it, right? I don't have to like make a little icon because I want all the things to have icons. I mean, technically I don't need icons. They could just have the generic icon, but you guys can see the like highlighted message and unlock a random sub emote and all those things, right? Those ones you can actually see, right? Because I mostly I'm asking because I haven't seen anyone use them yet. The ghost icon, take off my hat. I was honestly thinking about drawing a little hat for my mini-me because he's just bald and mine isn't, so yeah, we can see him. Okay, cool. I just no one had used them, so I was unsure. I'm surprised, Maximus, you haven't unlocked the Turnip King, honestly. Although I think it only lasts for like a day or something, right? It's kind of... Look, Ma, I'm online. Yeah, actually wonder how that... Let me actually try to redeem one of these. I want to see. Highlight message. Yo. Interesting. It doesn't actually show up that interestingly on my thing. What does it look like in chat? It's like purple, right? Oh, no. It doesn't even show up differently. Test? It might be whatever that makes it look different. I thought it showed up in a different color, but that's arguably not that different looking. No, it shows up differently. On my screen it isn't. It might be because I have 7TV installed. And it kind of changes things. It like hardly looks different. Anyway. Show Luna. This could be like... It probably should be like somewhat expensive, but probably something I see in stream chat. Okay, yeah, I guess that's what I see too. Or wait, no, yeah. I guess I don't see it highlighted in purple. I wonder if that's... Is that a 7TV thing? I kind of don't like that. I wonder if there's a way to fix that. General appearance. Yeah, I think it's a 7TV thing. It kind of makes it not look as good. Sometimes I like, yeah, I just don't like 7TV. It's just too whatever. All right, whatever. We'll leave that as is for now. Okay. Showing Luna takes more time and posture than posture check, so more than posture check, but less than standing desk. Like 250, 500 is what I think. Yeah, probably. Maybe 500 with a cooldown. Is probably what I would do. So it's cheaper, but still, like, I'm not gonna have to do it every like 4 seconds. Especially because, like, if I have to go through my house, you know, I don't necessarily want to, like, I don't know. Like, if she's in the room, easy peasy. If she's, like, somewhere else in the house, it's different, right? You had originally called this Unleash the Bald. Spelled that wrong. There you go. Which I think is arguably a much funnier term. Is that actually... I mean, it's funny, but is this actually like a worthwhile redeem? It is. It's much funnier. But is it a worthwhile redeem? Do you all really just... I mean, it's very like streamer coded, you know, right? Because there's always like everyone always absolutely worthwhile. Okay. It absolutely is. Okay. Right now my hair is actually coming in. Look how much hair I have on my head. It's crazy. I mean, this should arguably be pretty cheap, right? I have a feeling I'm never going to be wearing a hat anymore if I do this, though. What I wouldn't give to feel that scalp. Well, you're welcome here anytime. Open invitation. That's going one step further than I would go. Maybe that one's like 500 as well. It arguably doesn't cost me anything, right? It doesn't matter. And then it would have like to have hat for 5 minutes, I guess, ish. Do not openly invite your viewers to come to your house and feel your scalp, man. Oh, I know Toot personally. That's why. Me and Toot are friends. IRL. 500 for how long? Yeah, like to 5 minutes, right? Like just a short thing, right? Arguably, I'm gonna forget to put it back on, but at least 5 minutes, I would say. I'm privileged. I've touched it. It's true. Makes sense, yeah. We know each other IRL, as they say. Provide tabletop tips. Is that... These two I'm, like, unsure about. Provide tabletop tips and art critique. Like, I feel like art critique is something I would do anyway. You know? I feel like if someone came in here and was like, oh man, I'm really struggling with my art, I'd be like, I can give you whatever. I think tabletop tip would be good to get a super niche audience. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like, I think honestly, I was originally thinking these could be like expensive, but arguably they probably should be cheap. I mean, later on, they could be more expensive, but don't act like if I sent something I drew in stream chat, you go redeem the art critique. Or do not bother me with this slop peasant. Honestly, I think that exactly, right? Like I would definitely just do it, right? Like if you just sent something, I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna look at it. But the nice part about having these here, right, is that it makes people potentially feel more open to do that, right? You're not that kind of person. Yeah. That'd be the nice part, is it just like makes people be like, oh, I can ask for this, right? They feel less, it feels like they have to commit something to do it, so it'd feel less like they're annoying me, you know? Like arguably I'll do it for free, but you could also, it might be interesting to have on here as a, you can make it really cheap now, I guess. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Like maybe $250 each. and make it more expensive the more popular you get. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. Because I think these are probably nice, right? Like, not that, like, again, people are going to, might not even get many of these right now, but I think it's nice to have it as, like, an option for people to... I don't know, it kind of feels weird because, like, I don't think I'm a pro at either of these things necessarily. I am probably better than, like, you know, I don't want to say most people. That's definitely not true, but more, I have skill in it, right? So it feels like a thing, but it's also... The bald is so scared. It's cheaper to get your expert opinion on art than see the blessed shine of the scalp. There you go. Should not accept that you are. Okay. Yo, what's up, Bean? No, I don't know. It's easy to, like, critique or, like, to be hard on myself when I see my own flaws at art or this stuff. And it's like there's also a bit of, like, imposter syndrome on, like, tabletop advice, because I'm like, what am I trying to say? Because it's not something like I'm just, the only reason I'm, like, maybe a quote unquote professional on it is that I literally just started doing it on stream, you know? Yo, Rowan Atkinson salutations? What? I'm assuming this is like a runner bean. Yeah, it's okay. Do I need to give you another gas session? No, you're good. You're good. Hello, hypothalamus saximus. Is an actor who plays Mr. Bean. Ah, okay. That makes perfect sense. Okay, thank you. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm bad with actor names. We've kind of just been yapping for too long here. Well, no, I guess it's all important, but yeah. Anyway, enough self-doubt. Let's what redeem should we do first? Let's just do Luna one because it's gonna be easy, right? Let's open this in a new tab. Fun fact, I do share a name with a famous actor, both first and second name. LMAO. That's fun. So now we just start guessing actors, and then we can dox Bean. And go. I'm just kidding. Channel points. This one? Yeah. Can I show this? Oh, not this. Oh no, I'm just kidding. This. Isn't there a way to do... I'm surprised one of the redeems isn't a say something out loud. Is that like not like a... Oh, manage smart cost. Interesting. Because these, I'm surprised that there isn't a default reward for like a text-to-speech one. You'd never get it. Jeremy Runner. Is that you? What? I'm just kidding. You're wrong. By the way, will you receive the art to critique? How would you? Because I wouldn't mind a critique. All right, they need it to be in the Discord. Yeah, correct. Yep. Just a Discord message somewhere in like the stream chat would be the likely thing. But yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, you can just send it now. Discord. Got it. Obviously it will be a redeem, but like I said, it's kind of like one of those things where I don't... The redeem will be there to make it so people... You gotta get pay points to get bullied. No, so like the idea is like... I don't even want necessarily it to cost anything, but I feel like it should just... Like, it should be a redeem that's there to let people know that there is an option for me to do that, right? I'm joking, Beats. I know, but I'm just... You know, whatever. Bean, that's even your real name. Requires viewer to enter text. Is there really not a... There probably is a text-to-speech one, right? Wait, I should make an evil art critique option where you bully the person who sent the art. Honestly, I would not be able to do that. I'm just being an asshole. No, Bean, you're not. You're just being a goof. Okay. What do we want to call this one? Show Luna? Reveal thine Luna. Show Luna. Cast divine feline location. That is maybe more thematic with my brand of nerdiness. What did we say this was going to cost? 500 with a cooldown. Oh, do I really have to like make each icon the... I hate how it auto sizes some, but doesn't others. Like, what's that about? I love that. Yeah, I think I need to do that. Get featured, nerd. Oh god, has your name in there. It's so nerdy, I love it. Streaming emotes. Why did I... Whatever. Look at that. It's not all the time that you see it this close. Meow. 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 It's my Luna impression. Export as. Nice part is Photoshop has a... Why did I do 128? It's 112. It might be okay that it's that anyway. What does it need? What the heck? What in tarnation? Okay. 56. Let's just see if I can upload the one that I already have. Streaming. Emotes. This one. Is it too large? I guess so. File. Export. Export as. 112. Oh, sorry. export. This is the super fun part where I just export icons. I think Discord wants like 128 or something silly. I don't know. Or maybe I just put the wrong number in. I don't know. I'm confused. Wait, did this wrong. File, export as 56, right? Do 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 do. Yep, and 28. Okay. I keep doing that. Export as. One day I'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't know why emotes auto scale, but these ones, or wait, no, something auto scales. Is it emotes? Emotes auto scale, but redeems aren't auto scaled. It's like, I feel like they'd figure out a way to do that, but I'm thinking. Do we like pink as a background? I get too black and you just won't even be able to see it. Maybe green to complement her eyes. Nah, I guess it should probably be my like channel colors. I think the cooldown limit is gonna be, honestly, I think I'm only gonna do this once a day. Does that seem fair? I mean, I feel like I can't just be like running around my house all the time. Or I guess it would just be not days, it'd be like number per stream. I think that's fair. The poor kitty deserves peace, yeah. We'll do it, yeah, once per stream. I mean, I could potentially do it once per viewer, but I don't know. It's cheap. I could see it maybe being like 3 times per stream, but like I could do it like a redeem every hour, like the standing desk. That would be the only other like potential option, I would think, but it's either once per stream or once every hour. I don't know, maybe once every hour is more fun. Doing once is enough? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. Let's do once for now. And if we find situations where we need to see Luna more than once, then we'll figure it out, you know? Yeah, let's just make the color slightly different. Just like more of a lighter. Just so it's different than the other ones. Okay, there we go. There now should be a Luna redeem. Ooh, Who's messaging me? No one. It is someone posting. It's gonna say someone's gonna do it instantly. Cast feline location. Bean beat me to it. All right, let me see if I can find her. Let me locate her first. See, the biggest thing is it's like it's a whole ordeal. Let me go find her and then I will locate her. Give me a second. Or then I will show you. Okay, here we go. I found her. Again, you won't be able to hear me. Let's see this thing. Phone camera. I don't know why this doesn't pull up. Still gotta figure out how to like use this on demand when I want to. Here we go. Hello? Nope. It's just not working. This is the issue, because I could go pick her up. But we're having technical difficulties now. I beat everyone to everything because I'm the quickest bean on Mars. True. See, in theory, it should be working. But it is not. What if we what if the bean is above everything else? Let's see. It's probably good to figure out why it doesn't work though. I was about to say this is kind of like excessive, but I think in this case, like if this doesn't work, I can always redeem or like refund you, right? Because I don't want to go and like pick her up and bring her over here. That feels mean, right? But if I'm having technical difficulties, that's another thing. Let's try it. Hold on. I'm trying something. Aha. Okay. If I pause and then turn it back on, okay. returned.
Hi, I'm Nathan, and today...
No, I keep hitting the wrong thing. There we go. She woke up, so I figured I'd grab her. Mwah. Look at face. Look at face. A very Black Mirror. Look at her little face. How cute she is. She's the darndest thing, you know? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, so cute when you gave her a squish. Yeah. It's pretty darn cute, huh? Okay. We will take your points from you. We will not redeem them or not give them back. Okay. I guess technically we have 3 minutes left on stream. And then it is time to be done, which is wild. Today flew. What? 3 minutes? I mean, that's what the schedule says. We could go longer. I don't mind. But still have 4.5 hours of streaming left. I would probably die unless I'm honestly like doing like React content or something. I could just sit there and be like, you know, I'd be fine, at least better. But the problem is like 3 hours of like very dedicated work on stream is very taxing. Plus a VAT of 1 hour? What's a VAT? Cat? VAT? I don't know what VAT is. Please explain. These nuts got him. True. Got me. Tax? Is this just a British thing? Probably. Is it a type of tax? I don't know. Each country calls the different kinds of taxes different things. Oh, gotcha. See what I know. Yeah, we could go for like a little bit longer if you want. I wouldn't mind. At least a bit. I'll definitely need a snack, but I'm probably honestly, I don't know. I'm debating on whether like this is just my whole work day. Like I might just kind of take the day, like go easy a little bit, but we'll see. Only joking. I have to go myself shortly. Well, Toot definitely isn't joking. Toot wants me to go for forever. We'll get at least another reward done. Well, maybe we'll go for an extra like half an hour or like 15 minutes or something. We will have an ad break here, so we're gonna do that, and then I will and I'll get back to it. My brain is starting to lose functionality though, to be fair, so we'll see what we do. Let's step away from whatever for a second. This I don't need anymore. This I don't need anymore. All we need now I guess we need to decide. Think about what one of these you want the most. And I'll be back. Because we'll have to do an art thing for it. Technically, we don't have to do an art thing, but we'll see. Anyway, ad break time. I'll be back. See you in 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Nathan, and today we're going to be discussing what makes a good stat system. We'll be going over examples of what makes a good and bad stat system in both Key Online. This game is a bit of a hidden gem when it comes to game design, in my opinion, for multiple reasons, but let's focus on the stat system for today. Anarchy has lots of stats, and I mean a lot, but it's truthfully one of its greatest strengths. Anarchy's core stats, called abilities, have a trickle-down effect on subsequent skills. For instance, body development, or the game's health stat, is 100% affected by stamina. Stats can also be affected by abilities in different percentages as well. The time-space alteration stat, which is used for what are essentially spells, is affected 80% by intelligence and 20% by agility. So why is this important? Well, different gear and abilities require a different number of stat points to use. Additionally, whereas most games would have a level cap for specific items, Anarchy does not, allowing you to equip items higher level than your own as long as you have the right gear and are smart enough to do it. Let's say I want to equip a shotgun that's much higher level than I am. I can start by raising my shotgun stat, but that might not be enough, so upgrading the abilities that affect it are the next logical step. Agility affects it by 60% and strength by 40%, but that still might not be enough. So I can take a look at my implants, a set of wearable items that buff my stats as well. The right arm implant typically buffs shotgun skills, so maybe I can get one of those on. Well, those require agility, which I've already raised, but it also requires treatment. So maybe my treatment is too low, which is ultimately affected by intelligence, so maybe I can raise that and, well, you get the point. All the stats are extremely well integrated, allowing them each to affect each other, on top of letting gear be equipped at any level. This allows for tons of fun trying to squeeze out that one stat point to get that piece of gear on. I've probably spent an equal amount of time in that game sitting in the shop working on my character as I have actually playing the game. The stat system allows for diverse gameplay by allowing a player to grind their way through the game by leveling up, or by using their intelligence to work the system to get better that way. So if this sort of design philosophy works in Anarchy, why doesn't it work in Soul? Well, for one, people aren't computers. And by that, I mean a computer is going to have a much easier time calculating this sort of thing in a video game than a person would in a board game. We attempted to solve this problem by using spreadsheets, but if you're using a spreadsheet to play a card game, you're probably doing something wrong. Additionally, a game that is complicated during character creation is not very friendly to new players. Part of the idea of Soul being card-based was that you could easily pick up some cards and make a character. Complicated stats like these aren't conducive to that. This can be seen heavily in Anarchy. I've tried to get a few of my friends to play the game, and let's just say the barrier to entry is just a little too high. And lastly, Soul wasn't designed to work like this. The items don't generally affect stats, and even when they did, there wasn't enough there to make it interesting like it was in Anarchy. On top of that, the gear's requirements in Soul aren't nearly as particular, so the process of getting on higher level gear just wasn't the same. Not to mention, gear didn't actually have any levels, so yeah. So if this doesn't work for our game, what then? Well, there's another game that had similar problems that we can take a look at, which should provide some insight as well. One of the biggest games of all time, League of Legends. Back in the early days of League, they had the rune system. This system allowed you to buy runes to grant you minor stat bonuses in the game. Well, this was a decent idea and never really had enough impact for novice players to even notice. Additionally, it didn't really add any sort of enjoyment to the game. Who really cares about a stat bonus of +9?
I've returned.
At the same time, the game also had another system, Masteries, which, well, still not great, had some more interesting stuff at YouTube, like providing stats that you couldn't get anywhere else in game, such as, you want to watch the whole thing, you know? There we go. Now you get to hear the sweet, sweet sounds of me crunching on carrots. Although, it didn't seem like it picked it up, so that's good. How about doing meh? Oh no. Yes, carrot ASMR, indeed. The crunch.
101.9 the crunch. Oh, it picked it up. I mean, it's picking up the main crunch. I don't see it picking up the, like, additional crunches, but... Now here we are. There you go. Having quite the morning, lots going on. Beats bug bang the channel when. Never. No, I want to hug you all. Indeed. Hugs all around. Do they have a, yeah, nah, it's fine. I was just thinking. Wait, is it bad? Wait, is it a bad sort of lots can't focus with that chewing? True. This is what you get when you ask me to stream longer. You get me eating on stream. Good and bad, but also been easily overwhelmed the past couple of days. I totally get that. Don't worry, Bean. I'll feel great in exactly the 30th of May. I'm assuming that's when, like, you're... Well, I don't know. Were you still doing midterms? Is that when you get break? You get a hug, and you get a hug, and you get a hug. Yeah, I'm mostly overwhelmed, but nothing bad is happening. I get that. Thank you for your generosity, Bean. Indeed. Bam. I'm a big IRL hugger IRL. There you go. Bean, you seem like the type who would be an IRL hugger. I could bear hugs. I'm not surprised. I am too. I am also a hugger. It's time for a weekend you do nothing but chill. Yeah. Agreed. I feel that. I've been working on this video a lot. You know, we could do that. Do you guys want to have some React content to my own stuff, and you guys get to preview the video early? Actually, I already showed it to Bean, but now it's got sound, so. I'm not super familiar with Discord. Where should I post my art for critique? Either you could do it in your creations, or you could just post it on the stream chat. Either way. Here. You guys want a sneak preview? You can say no. If you want to be surprised later. But you can get a sneak preview of this video. You can post things on stream chat if it's meant to be seen on stream, or you could, your creations is meant to be seen by the whole Discord in general. Both is fine. See, Maximus knows what's up. when I get popular, y'all are just gonna be promoted to mods, you know? you already know what's going on. All right. What's the best way to show this? I should probably just go to my gaming one. Is all the sound good here though? Can mute Spotify, turn on desktop audio, stop Spotify, full screen this. God, the text is like not great. All right, here you go. Sneak preview.
Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole.
And there you have it. But yes, thank you guys. I really appreciate that. You're far too kind. I say as I almost choke on my food. Post a thing in your creations because I am a contributor. Beautiful. I love it. Yeah. Anything, any critiques on my video? Your video editing skills have gotten so good. Yeah, honestly, they're so much better than they used to be. Like, you watch like my older videos and then see the newer ones, like it's just gotten so much better, so much more polish. Let's go back to here. Let's play music. Literally none at all. I mean, you did have one. And I'll show everyone the one being mentioned. I went too far. This was the critique. Bean said I needed to add Luna in the spaceship. And I did that. So there she is. You've gotten so good that my untrained eye cannot critique you anymore. Well, it's not enough to spot your mistakes. It wasn't a critique. A perfect addition. Yeah, it was a great yes, a great addition. Anyway, that's the video. We'll see how it does. Art critique. Say hi. There you go. Everyone wave to Deep Toot. All right, let's see. Working on a 404 page illustration for website. The second page is the original logo. The first page is the 404 illustration. So this would just float on the page with a little title that says something like, "How did you get here?" or something. Looking for tips on how to make mustache look more classic color palette and general composition. Cool. Let's download this virus. Oh god. Oh. Okay, first of all, I love it. And that's the original logo. Okay. Honestly, I've got nothing. Initial impressions, I have no critiques. That's my initial impression. Let's see if we can nitpick. Love. I agree, Bean. It looks amazing, doesn't it? Such clean art. Dang, it looks great. Deep small note, try not to post PDF files if it's avoidable. It's a big deal and doesn't embed, so you need to download a file in order to see the image. Yeah, so it's probably better to do like a PNG, mostly because people aren't going to want to download stuff. Obviously it's fine for this because I know who you are, but yeah, doing a PNG is probably a better thing. The only like thing that like maybe strikes me as like weird but not necessarily bad, and I think I see why you did it, but the nose is like a darker color than the other dark lines, which it works I think for this, right? Because it makes the nose stand out more. I think if you made it the same outline color, it would end up being blending in and you wouldn't notice his nose, right? So that is interesting. I don't know if that was not intentional. Okay. I was gonna say it kind of makes it stand out, but yeah, I guess looking at this one, right, the it is blended in, so that's the biggest thing I see, but that's not really like a composition or design or whatever critique. I think the design is super clear. It's, you know exactly what this is. You said you want the mustache to look more flaccid, so like it's laid out. I guess I think the curls are nice. I think it does look. Let's just do this. Let's steal your art real quick. Let's set up here for a second. My camera is just zooming in for no reason. Hello? Help? There we go. I'm just trying to see. I don't necessarily think I have a critique here for this. Mid-chew. Bye, Bean. Good having you here. Just chewing a protein bar. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye, Bean. It was good having you here. I appreciate you being here, as always. Fare thee well. Live long and prosper. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it looks good. This is just mostly me playing around, because I mean, you could potentially curve it downward, but honestly, I don't think it's necessary. Because, like, having the curve makes it look more distinctly like the logo, right? You could get rid of the curve, potentially, and just have it flat, right? Let's do a brighter color. Green, maybe. You could potentially do that. And I guess it looks like... This is me being really nitpicky. I think it's perfectly good. I guess, like, you'd think there would be more of a curve here, right? It looks kind of like it drops flat and then kind of goes. So you could maybe have a bit more of a curve here. But again, I think this is really... I think that's really, really nitpicking. Because it really does look great. You did a great job. But yeah, because like it kind of looks like a boop and then kind of goes over, so maybe you could add, like, soften out the curve a little bit here, right? Soften out the curve. Let me just try drawing it once. Let's do let's just try it just to see what it looks like. You know, add a... We don't want opacity on. And then I mean, it looks more dead, right? Depends on how dead you want him to look, right? Because like so here's my critiques now that I've kind of assessed it, right? The point where it meets the ground, right? Like if you think of like a bag of sand, right? And you're holding it, it's gonna elongate, right? But then when you, like, if you rest it in your hands, the bottom squishes outward, right? It'll squish outward as it goes down. You could think of his, like, mustache as almost as it has, like, because it has more weight here, right? It obviously in real life it wouldn't have more weight, but the way I see it is that it would have weight here, right? So it's like it should feel like it squishes down as it hits the ground. And then, you know, if you're trying to, like, make this look like it's laying on the ground, I would say just maybe have it the other way. Or even arguably maybe maybe just having it straight out, just remove the curve. But I don't think those are necessary changes. Those are just kind of sorry, I got kind of locked in there. I totally forgot to say, look after yourselves, prioritize your mental health over literally everything else. Bye. See ya, dude. I appreciate the sentiment there. I love it. Sorry for taking forever on that, Bean. But yeah, that's my thought. Again, I don't think it's completely necessary. But that would be my thought. I think it looks awesome. Great work, dude. Actually, I did not mean to close Photoshop. Honestly, I think the curve looks better. I think I agree. I was just saying like that could be an option if you're trying to make it look more dead. My reasoning for the curve tip was to kind of loop you back in that direction wise. Yeah, kind of like a leading line. I think, like I said, that was just an idea. I don't necessarily know if it's a good idea. You'd have to you have to do that. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just the visual like weight of the mustache hitting the ground. That, again, that's nitpicking. I think it looks great. I think you did a great job. Thanks for the live demo. Not a problem, my friend. That's something like what the redeem will look like, though, right? Critique, you gave me some good points to think on. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad I could help. I think of the mustache as a weighted object could work to improve a little bit. Yeah, I think that's just like that's general art advice, right? That's something I've been learning more lately. I've been trying to learn more about hair and stuff, right? I've been watching some tutorials. Okay, let's add one more redeem and then we're gonna be done. Which redeem do we want? Maybe an expensive one? Honestly, custom AE card probably could also be less. It could probably be like, this is probably the ideal range eventually, but if someone's asking me to make an AE card for them that I can be used in game, like, am I really gonna complain about that, right? It's just like work for me, but also for them, right? That depends on, I guess, slightly how we do it though, too. Like if I wanted, like, say Toot here wanted a custom AE card called Deep Toot. You know, right? It's like, I want a card called Deep Toot. Like, that probably isn't something I'm gonna sell to, you know, in the game, because the name is, like, doesn't really fit with the theme, right? Or not necessarily with the theme, but, like, with my aesthetic. That would be one thing. But if it's like, I want a rogue card, that would be cool. Like, that I would be like, okay, sure, that just goes in the game, right? So I don't know, it's kind of hard to say, but unsure. Or we could do honestly, I kind of want to draw a little hat for my avatar, so maybe we just do that for now, and then I'll do these later. I might just do those off stream or something, or next time, whatever. Let's draw a hat for my little guy. Actually, you know what, we can honestly just open this. I assume you want it to be more something, be like someone's idea put into the game, like, I want a bank card and it should let you take loans. Yeah, I mean, that also could be it, right? Yeah, I mean, maybe that's how it should be worded, right? Like, because the redeems can have like a thing. It's like, I make you an AE card. This like, give me an idea and I will make that card. Maybe that's probably like the way to have the description. So it'd be like, it'd probably be called something like I don't know, like, make an AE card of your choice. Something like that. And then, yeah, you could put the idea and I'll make it. Because otherwise, someone can ask you to put Jimbo from the clown from Balatro into the AE. Very true, yeah. That gets too weird for sure. The question is how. Okay, let's draw a hat. The question is, what perspective do we draw it? I mean, normally my hat's kind of farther up. Like, it's not like I'm not wearing it like this, right? Because I could draw it in that sort of style, but I think having it on a perspective that's kind of up-ish, right? Like let's just do a sketch. I always forget to do sketches when it's something this simplistic, but then it's like, that's probably too far up. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, it's too far for sure. Well, it's close. I was looking at myself for reference, don't mind me. I want the brim just to stand out here. It's also the brim's like flatter, right? And this less tall, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Oh, hell yeah. Looking beats like. I really like to use different colors when sketching to kind of differentiate planes. Kind of really helps a lot. Would recommend it. You just started already fits so well. It's almost like he's me, you know? No, shape is fine. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh god. Prosto? Prosto. Sorry, words. Names. We're just doing a little bit of stream improvements before we call it a day. Yeah, not too bad. Just keeping on, you know? Doing some more emotes. Cass still creeping. Yep, still there. We even added a redeem where you can go find, or I go find her now. Is the top of the hat? No, not really. I'm trying to look at it on the same perspective. My eyes, yeah, I know. It's a turn up. It's a turn up king. Come on, Maximus. Keep getting it wrong. Because I keep getting it wrong, to be fair. You were right on turn up. Bean riding a turn up. It's true. My eyes. King of all crucifers. But yes, he is the radish king. Turnip king. He's the turnip king. God. See? One day we'll get it right. One day we'll figure it out. What did I just get? A hydrate redeem. Good call. Randomly got an idea by watching someone stream to make a veggie wand. Interesting. That casts a spell based on what vegetable you have in the other hand. That's kind of fun. How could I? I don't know, man. You betrayed us all. You betrayed the kingdom. And now you must pay the price. And then, yeah, this will be the logo up here. All right, I think that's pretty good. I wonder what spells you could make with veggies. Potatoes, sure, launch it. Like a potato cannon, yeah. I had a potato cannon when I was a kid. We built one. That was a good time. That would be pretty funny. Carrot gives you a bow and arrow and gives you perfect vision for the next X turns. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, honestly, make it like the wild magic sort of thing, where it's like you use it and it grants you different things based on what you're holding. And so it has just like, it's just like an item with like 10,000 different different spells basically, right? Built into it. At least that's the way it would function in D&D. Can we draw a straight line? No, we cannot. I need to think about it. Now I want to make it a side quest item. Yeah, honestly, go for it, dude. Seems fun. I love custom items. Leak makes your enemy profusely bleeding from all current and past wound scars. Is that like a scurvy thing? Or is it just they would be leaking? Sorry, I had to look for reference again. Now, the perspective might be slightly off, but I don't know if I care that much. Broccoli creates a wall of trees wherever the mage chooses. Has X hit points. Beautiful. I cast Cucumber. Oh, that's a good one. Bush walls. Yeah, there you go. Maybe we make it this color. It probably needs to be. Look at that. How we feeling? I think the plate part where the Legos are a little bit it's too big. Mushroom instantly kills the cast because they aren't plants. That's good. I like that. I feel like it'd be fun to do like D&D items, but like as a stream thing. But then we would just be Robbie Landis, you know? Not that that's a problem, because he's a cool dude. But you know. Good. Okay, and that's even darker. So we're gonna do this. Need to fix this little line here. Sorry, I have lost track of everything. Bell pepper creates a boulder-like thing made out of peppers. Very for every enemy in the race, spell verse spend on their attack. Okay. I have a spell that creates a ball, aka cloud, that spills projectiles around them. There you go. On April Fools, make a channel called Robeats Sirlandis and Ray Robbie Landis. There you go. That would be funny. A spicy pepper creates a cloud of and strength depending on how spicy the pepper is. I feel like it could be like fire, right? You could even just have it be like a flamethrower. That'd be funny too. Like acid probably, but feels like fire. Yeah, I feel like it's just like one of those things that you could like, honestly, if you look at like spell components of D&D, a lot of them are like kind of cheeky like that. I don't know if you've ever seen the thing where it's like they talk about that, like read thoughts is like literally it costs like a copper coin. It's like a penny for your thoughts. Like it's the is the joke behind that. There's a whole thing about that, like the spell components. I don't really use spell components in any of my games, so I wouldn't really know exactly, but I did watch a video on that. It was funny. Why am I forgetting how my logo looks? Also, I just want to do this. It is my old logo, to be fair. I was thinking about flaming irritant cloud that causes any action failing to cause blindness. That could be cool. Also, I don't use spell components, but I'm now considering a veggie mage where instead of spell slots, the mage has maximum carrying capacity of plants, and they spend their different plants on different spells. It's a funny idea. That is pretty great. Just a whole like new class. Is the top of the hat too flat? I feel like it is just like a smidge. And then maybe give like a little hat. I mean, I think that's it. What am I doing? There we go. Guess maybe I could do like that, but nah. Okay. Let's see. More spells here. Let's see. These are fun. You can find some really rare and exotic vegetables that let you cast goofy spells. Something like Jinker could heal you, or Mint could cast Calm. I like that. Straightforward, but yet nice combo with Herbalist magic. Yeah, some really strong spells could take multiple plants. You could consider You're really worth spending half of your leftover veggies on one spell. That's fun. How do we think of the hat? Is it good? I think it's good. I think we did it. You know what? I'm gonna change the eyes. Delete that. Looking friggin' looks friggin' diggin'. Nice, okay. I was like, I'm like, what am I trying to read here? Friggin' diggin'. Oh, I forgot to. Looks dope. Perfect. I mean, I would say it looks like my hat. I guess future videos might just have me with a little hat on. I love it. Okay. And so for the emote, let's do a new 1,000 by 1,000. It's probably bigger than it needs to be, but you know, here we are. Oops. So here's my thought for this. We have my hands. The funny part about this is it's going to be like, I just made this, but it's hardly even going to be. Let's do this. It's hardly going to even be seen, but now I've been wanting to do it for a while anyway, so I'm not really concerned about it, but especially because we're gonna have to draw back to it now for the emote or for the whatever. It's not even gonna be on like the right perspective. I guess maybe we just have it lift up. And then we do behind this, we'll just do like a and then the extra special final touch here is we need to do like, we need to make it just look extra shiny. Which you can't really tell because my skin tone is super white, but just make it look. Oh, let's do add layer. No, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't quite work. Okay, hold on. I need to catch up. Listen, mention before big battle, party, tavern, ordering food and drinks, barbarian munching on meat, or two southern bellies, and a tiny weary man with a staff in the shape of a spoon. A meticulous digging a bowl of a salad to put veggies in their pocket. That does sound. Does soup count as veggie spell components? At least, if not, at least can you splash it into eyes? True. Soup casting the wild spell. Its effects could be devastating. And God forbid soup has mushrooms or meat. He'll be messy. True. Dude, render a lens flare. I could do that. Deep, you're genius. True. Somewhere in the mid of the dungeon. Oh no, I never said I'm a super mage. I'm a soup mage. Could work with stews if needed. That's really funny. You're right. I should render a lens flare. You're so true and right and true. I was trying to think of some sort of like shine effect, but yeah, lens flare is a good one. I don't usually use Photoshop's lens flares. I usually use After Effects, but render lens flare. Do not use the tool brush because the selected area is empty. Does it need to be on a layer? Yeah. Oh, I guess that one. Doesn't quite behave how I wanted it to. I'm between drawing my own lens flare and taking this into After Effects. And I think I'll take it into After Effects because that seems... Or maybe I can just do this on. I'd like to see how you draw a flare. Okay, fine. We're doing it. Let's do it in... Let's just draw it in like red just so I can see what I'm doing. The first part of a lens flare is going to be I'm trying to figure out what way we want the lens flare to be cast to. In theory, the angle is going to be, you know, it's shining from here, right? This is the source of light. And therefore, like if you, here, we'll, sure, let's open this. Like if we do, like I can open Video Copilot's optical flares. See, I guess if the beam will shine away from it, right? Is basically how that works. But yeah, this has like so many different like lens flare options. I can just like, I just got jump scared by Folger's ad. Oh yeah, sorry, I think you missed ad or something. Yeah. Nah, it's, all right, I guess it's another ad, so we're gonna take a 2-second break.
Hi, I'm Nathan, and today we're going to be discussing what might really cares about a stat bonus of +9 armor. At the same time, the game also had another system, Masteries, which, while still not great, had some more interesting stuff going for it, like providing stats that you couldn't get anywhere else in game, such as allowing buffs to last longer, allowing your skills to apply a burn, or even a consumable item that you got at the start of the game. The developers decided to lean harder into these kinds of benefits and combine both systems, making their new rune system. Their new rune system had very few abilities compared to both their old systems having, well, tons, lowering the number of runes a player could take and making each one more impactful, such as Aftershock, which after immobilizing an enemy grants you armor and magic resist. Then, after a short duration, it releases a shockwave dealing damage based on your maximum health and magic damage, allowing for players who value engaging hard into a fight to benefit from this ability. The core of this change is that fewer, more impactful bonuses are better than many less impactful ones. Soul's scaling with its core stats was nice for diversity, however, say a character that exclusively used guns was completely unaffected by strength. And unlike a stat system in Dungeons & Dragons, our stats didn't have modifiers to add to rolls that aren't related to a specific skill. For instance, if you wanted to arm wrestle a character at a local tavern in D&D, you could simply add your strength modifier. Soul didn't have this. It did have a few systems that had beneficial scaling for each class, such as agility granting movement distance, but most other skills felt lacking. Out of our stats, we had reworked the endurance stat the most, around 5 times before finally finding a solution. Endurance mainly granted a character health for every point, but also additional benefits for every 10 points. Originally, the benefit was gaining +1 to dice rolls dealing with heavy weapons. This was to go along with the fantasy of a tanky brute character wielding very large weapons. However, this ended up not feeling as intuitive and somewhat redundant with heavy weapons.
Yes. Welcome back, Bean. How you doing? Yeah, I didn't think I'd still be going either, to be fair. But here we are, you know? Time flies when you're having fun. Some dude in YouTube tried to calculate how strong an average Joe in D&D with 10 strength. Oh, I think I saw something like that before. But yeah, basically I could do like a bajillion different lens flares, right? I can easily just pick one, but we are going to try to make our own. We're trying to make our own lens flare. Oh, we're doing the bald redeem. We drew a hat, by the way. Drew me with a hat, and now we're doing a whatever, a lens flare on my head. So I mean, I think it's pretty simple. Like, you have your bright source, right? OMG, yeah, I know, right? And then you would have, let's just do these as separate elements, right? So you would have essentially your bright thing, you'd have all the beams, and then you also have all the little dots, right? Those are the main elements there. And maybe just like a focused beam at the end. So element 1, bright dot, right? Element 2, wait, sorry, this is the wrong layer. Element 2, we have our beams, which are just going to be going outward. Maybe not that far. It's like an Olympic champion eating dust behind our Joe. Yeah. That's a tempo. True. Focus beam. Yeah, I guess there's a focus beam, you know? I'm so ready for this hand-drawn lens flare. Who dat? Such a G for opting to draw a lens flare. It's like you're all bold on it. Bold mate, yes. It's T like an alt. Sorry, I'm a little lost there. Chat's moving fast for my slow brain right now. Let's actually just color this something different real quick, just for the giggles. So these will be the beams. I figure if I'm drawing it, I may as well draw it in my style, right? In my, So these are the beams. Because you want to separate this into, like, the different elements. Beams will be behind the shine. The shine can also probably should get, like, bright, like, feather out as it comes out, right? We can turn off smoothing for a second. So it should feather as it goes out. And then we have the focus beam, which is gonna be like, let's do, I don't know, green. Kind of goes like this, right? So that sort of deal. And then you have the last element, which is gonna be, I don't know, we'll do dark blue. It's gonna be the little circles, which I would draw arguably like this. I don't know how this is going to show up as an emote though. And then what we can do is we can just smudge everything. So with these guys, the color kind of goes inward, like it's kind of like a reverse. Like you want to push all the feathering toward the middle. Kind of like a bubble, right? I want to collab on an art with you, Beats. I'd be down. Should do that. Could even stream it. We could do a dual stream. By dual, I mean both of us stream. We're both streamers. What do you know? Who is this dude? Oh, this is me. This is me. This is my avatar. Who's making pew pew pew? Okay, he's some Valorant dude. Got him. Who? Me? I'm lost at who we're talking about. Oh, no, that's you. I meant this dude. Pew pew. Oh, that's sorry, I missed the. Yeah, that's what's his name? What's his name? You said Valorant dude. I can't remember his name now. Nope. Can't remember his name. I know him though. No, like what's his like username? He has like a different name. Shroud. Okay, I knew it was an S word. Shroud, yes. Pretty fly for a pew pew guy, true. All right, and then we also want to make these beams. Do the beams get... The beams kind of feather out too. I think we can probably just... just do some of that. We may need some smaller beams in here too. Another beam layer. Honestly, you probably won't even be able to see half this because I'm probably gonna move it to like an add blend mode or something. And then we do something like, oh wait, one of those was my hand. Actually, no, let's actually just recolor them each individually. I just wanted to kind of separate each element. Now I need to actually color them the correct color. We'll do, honestly, we'll probably just do all this sort of blue color like the beams are. Or maybe yellow? I mean, what do we think? Oops, that was the wrong tool. What color should this beam be? Probably yellow, actually. I think that will probably show up better. I keep using the smudge tool and not the paint tool. Oh god. Gotta lock the transparency. Thank you. And now it will come together. Damn it. Jeebus? What's Jeebus? Oh wait. You? How? What'd I do? Honestly, I think I kind of want to rotate the whole flare a little bit, like this way. Maybe that's fine. Laser Jeebus. What are you even talking about? Bean, are you on crack? Bean's just being crazy, you know? You already know I'm on meth. Good. You're good. Why don't we talk about this being no more meth before dinner? You'll kill your appetite. That's the point, Mom. How do we feel about this lens flare? I think it needs more little giblets. You know what I mean? Hello? Oh, we still have it opacity locked. Can I have a southern line? Oh, the southern line. The I'll tell you what. That one? Is that what you're looking for? I'll tell you what. Didn't really feel quite right for some reason. Felt forced. I'll tell you what, feller. It looked amazing when you zoomed out. I kind of wonder if our beam is too much. I guess we can. Is the beam too much? Is it better without the beam part? It looks really shiny zoomed out. Do we like, because the beam might be too much, especially, well, here's the other option. The beam could just not go on my face. I think that's part of the problem. Just covering up my face. I think maybe the beam just isn't necessary. It looks like I'm just shooting rays out of my forehead. I think that's probably fine, right? I think it'd be easier to understand without the big beam. I agree, yeah. Part of the problem is covering my face. Yep. All right, well, there's my hand-drawn-ish lens flare, which is less of a lens flare now and more of just a bright shine. But you know, sometimes you gotta make a bright shine instead of a lens flare. Just be that way sometimes. Is this good framing? I guess the other thing too on. Wait. Don't need those. Do this. I also need to do a stroke. Not that. We want it to be outside. We want it to be white. We want it to be smaller. But you don't have the ability to shoot lasers out of your bald. True. Out of your bald. How I love bald has become a noun. It's pretty funny. Is the framing good on this? Should this be like larger? I'm wondering if like, is this better? Or is it better for it to be small? Or should I be more central? No, I don't think I should be more central. I think I might make it a smidge larger. Maybe split the difference. Maybe? I don't know. I guess maybe the full... The full thing is a little more readable, honestly. Big? Maybe if we go big and then move it down a smidge. Yeah. I like seeing the top of the hat. It makes it more understandable what that is. What's going on. And maybe what I'll do is I'll also move my body up a smidge. There. I think that's good. Icons. We named it Unleash the Bald. Is what its official term is. New custom reward. Unleash the bald. I take off my hat for 5 minutes. Cost amount, what do we say? 500. I have the feeling I'm never gonna wear a hat again. Because you frickers. We're all waiting to click the button, I know. The biggest frickers. You heckin' frickers, you know? I'm not, Sally. I'm collecting again for a bigger event. There you go. You're saving up for either drowning me to death or or for one of the big redeems we'll do. What's the last size? 28. One day I'll remember that. I'm sure there's a program that just exports these in the exact format that you need, but you know, here we are. Oh, this isn't my music. Oh no. What is this? God, we've been going so long, my playlist ended. I forgot what I was doing. Uploading this. Yep, we're definitely reaching the end here. My brain is quite fried. Can you have large icons? Thank you. Okay, it looks pretty good. Yeah, it definitely looks better with the white border. I'm gonna have to go and do that for like everything. Maybe we just do this with a gray background, actually. Okay, done. File too large. What do you mean file's too large? What the heckin' frickety heck do you mean? Doesn't have to be under. What size does it have to be under? Under 25 kilobytes. We're at 32. Let's do smaller file. Beautiful. Done. Your bald is too huge for Twitch, indeed. All right, let's try that again. Is it breaking? Sometimes it does this where it starts thinking forever, but it's actually on. Is it actually redeemable? Yes, but the logo hasn't. Hello? Lurk. I'm about to be done, I think, honestly. This has got to be it. This has got to be the end. It looks like it's there, though. We have been going for... This is a sign. We've been going for a full 4.5 hours, so that's one of our longer streams. I don't think maybe it's our longest. It's close. But yeah, it is time to be done. My brain's gonna be dead, so. Let's find someone to raid. Only 3 more hours. No, we're gonna raid someone and they can entertain you. Let's find someone cool. Just kidding, I know you are. As am I. We're going for another 3 hour. I'm just kidding. We need to be done. Anyone have any suggestions? Surprised no one redeemed the thing right away. I guess it's kind of expensive to redeem if we're just ending stream, though, to be fair. Here. Oh, wait. Let's do this. Okay. We're all gonna do it at the most important moment. Good. Makes sense to me. We have reached the phase where I scroll through things and try to find someone. That's the problem, is like trying to find a new person gets tedious, but I still like doing it because I like meeting new streamer people. I think it's important, you know? What if we do, let's look at art again. I like rating artists. Because I feel like a lot of game dev stuff is just like people doing, I have a few art friends. We could do that. I don't mind. We could raid a friend. Who you got? Who you got for me? What you got? I'll give you to the count of me finding someone else. Art of Soul. He is good. He's inspired me to paint food. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Art of Soul. I think I was Was I just looking at this person? No, there couldn't have been. No. Someone was also doing like sort of watercolor-ish looking art. I guess it's not watercolor. Is that acrylic? Yeah, it's gotta be acrylic, right? Anyway, we're doing it. Raiden Art of Soul. I will see you all. Let me hit this button before I do my whole spiel. I will see you all. What's today? Monday. I'll see you all Wednesday. We will work on maybe more stream improvements, maybe the Blight of Black Ridge rulebook. If not, maybe some AE testing. We haven't done that in a while, right? So, anyway, yes, prepare your raid message. I guess should just be raid, unless you want to have. You know, we probably should put the bald as an emote. We could totally do that. I should think about that. But bald raid. I do that, but bracket it with the raid emotes, and it'll be good. Yeah. Baldur's Gate. Okay, y'all. I will see you on the other side. Goodbye. See you over there. Appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah. Actually, let me say this first. I appreciate you all hanging out. I really do. All right. Love y'all. Bye.